Hello, and welcome back to some, well, actually not even welcome back, welcome to some Touhou Library Survivors. Now, there is going to be some immediate thoughts, seeing anything Touhou related, although, that's fair. I will openly admit my understanding of Touhou's universe is, I wouldn't say limited, but I would definitely say not substantial. The vast majority of my understanding and information about Touhou is either third-party information or a different kind of third-party information, and I feel like a good chunk of everyone watching will know what I mean by that. So moving on. Yeah, there's not much of a recovery from that statement, huh? Alright. Before we start looking at my search history, let's think about what this game is. So immediately you see Survivors in the title. Yeah, that is indicative of kind of the idea of this game. It is very much your Survivors-likes sort of games. There is a little bit of meta progression in it. I have played a total of like 2 hours of this game. So do not be all that intimidated. My upgrades in the current game are pretty minimal. For the most part, I've only just gone after experience per rank of this thing. That's about it. You can kind of freely toss points in like this, because you can refund. Which I'll probably just do that quickly because I have more points. You can also see here there is a bunch of difficulties. Now, I will say this now, this is very much an indie game. It is very cool what the people that have worked on this have done, but it also has the jarring weaknesses that come with a game made as an indie game, and it's kind of fascinating. Now, I wanted to be clear here, I apologize in advance if I'm too critical in this game. If for any chance the developers ever get any wind of what I'm doing here, I mean it with the utmost respect. I actually really enjoyed the game. I think there is some really cool elements to this. Like, genuinely, you'll hear me gushing over how they've done the level up system quite a bit, because I think it's a phenomenal idea. But I'm also not going to deny that this game is got its faults, and that happens. So, what does that all mean? Well, this is one of the first faults of this game that I think I see what they were trying to do, and I just don't think it really felt right, but hey. So you can see here, there is the Friday abilities, which is you get a damage bonus for these abilities. You actually have abilities for the entire week. You can select these at any time, but you get a slight damage bonus for the ones here. And yeah, I see what they were trying to do, but it just doesn't feel like it does a lot. Now, I'm going to run on easy for now. I have played on normal before and stuff like that, and I'm going to be honest, the difficulty stuff feels like it really needs the meta progression to feel a lot nicer. Specifically the EXP one, as well as I have no idea what might come from further down this line. On top of that, the rewards seem to be pretty much the same. Difficulty, I feel like, doesn't really offer that much. Other than adding a complexity for the player, which, all good for that. I think that's exactly kind of a great way of doing that. But because of that, at this stage, let's just play with easy to see what the game's kind of like and go through it. So let's just go with the top one of the Friday abilities. So we'll go with Metals, Sign, Force Lasher. And you'll kind of get to see what the gameplay loop is. Now, I might just turn up the volumes a little bit. Yeah, I'm not sure about like assist mode and stuff like that. This is when one of those times of having like a hover over tooltip would be quite nice. Maybe. But yeah, you can also disable the talents. I guess that's kind of for those that might feel like they want to just see what the game's like without it. I don't know. So there is a little bit of a story thing here. A rumor circulated Sokyo, that the magician who lived in the library of the Scarlet Devil Mansion is hiding a spellbook. A special spellbook. This tome has the power to grant anyone who reads it a single wish, or so people have heard. Cerno. I have to investigate something like this. A bookworm is no match for me. But just in case, I've brought some friends. Trusting in the story, many fairies rush to visit the Scarlet Devil Mansion, despite few of them being able to read. But who else believes that this magician is hiding such a book? And who has spread such a rumor? So that is going to turn up every single time we load in. And you'll see the game is rather simple. It's kind of scroll around the world like this. You've got a stamina system. And the weapon we've got in particular is Thing. Now, this is the meat and gravy of this game for me. Here is the level up. Now, you might look at this and go, what the fuck am I looking at? And that's fair. So here is our actual ability, which is the spell card. It is a unique spell card, Metal Spell Sign, the Force Lasher. Now you can see it's kind of behind me here, but there is a limit of spell cards. There's also bonus experience, high stamina damage, and fire rate, which are mainly the stats that are given to us via the other stuff. Now here is our upgrade board. And we've got these are special trigger signs. And then these are global upgrades, and these are modifiers. So how this all works is that, say, on here, you see how there is a certain amount of PS, but this also gives PS, right? But it gives minus damage. So how this says 10% thing and all that. If I was to, say, drag this here, and then hover over this now, you see how it's got less damage, but it's also now got +1 PS. But this gives it there. If I do, like, I can hover this around, and you can see that it gives it. This is all about kind of constructing your own build in a really interesting fashion. I love the idea of this. So with these ones, these are trigger ones. This has, on the bottom of it, you'll see, is fire when an adjacent spell card lands a critical. This one has whenever it defeats an enemy. So if I add this here, for example, this will basically have, and you can actually see down a little bit further, added triggers on defeat, moon sign, fallen star. So that will activate when the condition is met. So I'll confirm that. And you'll see that there's now like this weird thing coming from the sky. When an adjacent spell card damages an enemy. So you can see now that it's all like locked in as well. So these are catalysts. These are probably some of the more important ones out there. How this works is if I put this here, you see it's got 11 bonus. Now these have a +1 at the top, and you can see that they've moved along in their track of things. So, it's pretty cool. You can also get more of these as well. So if I drag this in here, you'll see that it works. So I'm gonna do this. So all of my stuff just got like significantly more potent. But yeah, we do have, again, global upgrade. Everything gets affected by this. So if I have this here, you'll see that it gets plus 20, technically, because I put it next to a level thing. So these don't need to be adjacent. These do. So if I put this here, you'll see that it's got the poison thing. Nothing has poison. If I put this here, you'll see that now this has the added effect of poison. It's kind of, again, a cool system. There's a lot of really interesting elements to how this game kind of works and how you want to get all of this stuff going. I'm going to just put in some more power, some global power. Often the modifier cards have, like, in a sense, a drawback mentality as well, which is good and bad. But it's like the drawbacks, I think, are acceptable ones. Bounces. Or do I want vitality? Vitality wouldn't be bad. But yeah, you see how, like, so this is one that's a great example. This has an additional stamina cost if I use this. This also has damage, but it also has stamina cost. I kind of like the idea of the bounces on the main weapon, I'm gonna be honest. Because they're gonna pierce eventually, and then they're going to bounce as well now. So it should actually make a fair bit of chaos on screen. So this is kind of the special waves that will turn up from time to time. Those that alert. Bit of lag there. Backpack hero plus vampire survivors. Yeah, that's probably not an inaccurate way of kind of looking at a lot of the stuff. And I love that sort of aspect of, like, you are defining your build. Right? Like, this isn't just a, like, this has a lot of elements to it that's got a really interesting experience available to it. Do I want to... Yeah, let's add some more projectiles. The stamina cost is going to go up quite a bit. The fire rate is going to go down a lot. I probably want to compensate for that at some point. But this also does decrease its fire rate, if we level this up a bit. But it's games like this where, like, in a sense, the potential builds are just almost near infinite, right? Which is just beyond fascinating to me. What is this one? Autumn Edge. When triggered, fired projectiles in all direction, and it is triggered when damaging enemies. So that might not be another bad one to get. Just cause. And we could possibly toss this here so it gets more projectiles as well immediately. It's also not going to actually get stamina decrease because this is a trigger effect. So at this point, our only stamina drain is our main weapon. So this is on damage, this is on defeat. So we want to still load the main weapon with a lot of power. Also here, we've got a global upgrade for a fire rate, which is actually really tempting. Because we just talked about earlier how we're going to probably want fire rate. But we're going to probably see more. One of the things, and I'm wondering if it's going to be an upgrade later down the line for meta progression, is that this would probably benefit a lot from being able to reroll things and banish things, potentially. We'll see. Also, in the top right here, you can actually see the ability and its cooldown, if you're so interested as well. And cooldown is fire rate, and fire rate is cooldown, and that is a mistake that a lot of these games make, is that they will call these things too many of the same thing. So that's also global crit chance there, which is tempting. That's a level though, and I think I'm gonna take the level. And just toss that here. So that means that the amount of bounces is a lot, and the stamina decrease comes down on this, which is the big thing. We're not too fussed about stamina overall at this stage though, because like, realistically, what is the huge benefit? We're gonna probably stack our globals in that bottom right corner as well. Acceleration, fire rate, and projectile speed. Well, that's a really good one. I mean, there's a very valid argument that I just tossed that in here. So now this weapon only has a stamina cost increase, which we manage quite well because we don't have any other weapons that use stamina. And it just means that everything else is just doing better. This doesn't care about fire rate, but it does care about projectile speed. But which is fine if it's only benefiting from one. Can you delete tiles that you've outgrown, or are you stuck with everything you pick up? At this stage, to my understanding, you are stuck with them. I've not seen anything that would remove them, so it is a little bit of... This is why I'm saying, like, re-rolling or banishing, or as you say, kind of removing, might be something you get from meta upgrades further down in the game. I do not know. That's something we might be able to find out today, but it does mean that there is opportunity cost, and you need to figure that stuff out. The fact that you also can't rearrange after you've put something in, once the first thing's locked, nothing can be moved again. Only the things that you're adding. So there is a little bit of forward thinking involved, which I do kind of like. Okay, so there's more fire rate there. What is this? So, increases damage, reduces fire rate, increases knockback, reduces projectile speed, increases size. That might not be a bad one to add to one of these side ones. One of these trigger ones. What would benefit from... So, projectile speed. So you can actually look at the text as well, and it will say like other upgrades, bounces, critical bonus, critical chance, fire starter, knockback, lifetime, permafrost, poison, projectile speed, size, and sweep. These are all stats that can affect. I mean, we're going to more than compensate for it on this one. And this is on the on-kills one, so it's a pretty high power level. So I wouldn't actually mind just tossing this Because that just gives so much power. Yeah, I'm doing that. And it means we don't get the, the attack speed bonus doesn't, or negative doesn't matter, because it's a on-trigger effect. So it's only one negative from it. Which is, again, this is why, I like some of the stuff. You've got another one here, so this is rebalance. Lower damage, but increase a lot of the stamina stuff. We don't care about stamina. Stamina doesn't actually really benefit us. We do have another one of these, and I think we're going to put that in. I'm going to put that in here, which is going to level this one up to maximum. If you put more on, by the way, it doesn't go to +3 and do something special. It is just, that's it. Which is, again, that positioning aspect. You got to build very particularly. And, that's just going to bring that power level up so much. Yeah. So, there's one aspect of this game that has confused me, and I'm just gonna, say that now. If I just tap when the cooldown allows for it, it'll just use the stamina and it'll recharge very easily. But if I hold this down, you'll see that I move really slowly and the stamina doesn't recharge. Which is an interesting design decision to make, in my opinion. Not one that I can wholeheartedly agree with, but it is what it is. So global here, level up here, global here, level up here. So not a level up here, another thing goes here, then probably a level up there. See, again, planning. It's really fun. I'm gonna do that. Hey, you know, luck, being a hot man. Okay, so this is our first, mini-boss. This is Cerno here. She has some fun abilities where she'll send out stuff and freeze her projectiles. Realistically, I should be able to cleave through this relatively easily. Because we have ways to just kind of not fight her. I might toss poison in somewhere here. That needs to be a level up. Yeah, so then that spot there needs to be a level up if I want to max this one out, which I do. So I might put a poison here. I might honestly take the global here. So sweep is pierce after killing. I don't think we're going to want that right now. And 10% crit chance to global is pretty nice. Yeah, it's just a nice stat to add in now. Cool, the boss dies, and this is the big thing with the boss dying, is everything comes to us now. So if you're wondering what happens when two level ups are next to each other, nothing. It's kind of sad, but it is what it is, right? God, we get a lot out of that one, huh? Probably just strength here. So does this one go here, or does it go here? So this needs to be something here, but I don't want to put this one here. Then this needs to be a level up. This can probably not be a level up easily, because a level up can go here instead. And if a level up goes there instead, I could probably put this here, then a level up here. And then another thing here. And then another thing here, and then a level up here, and that would max out all three, all of that. Yeah. When it's triggered when critting, fires out a homing projectile. God damn it, trying to remember my planning. I need to get some more catalysts though, I think, at this point. If a global goes here, and a global goes here, then I put a level here, and then a level here, maybe? Then... thing... level? Yeah... do that. So I will say now, this is probably one of the more successful builds I've actually made while playing this so far. Okay, there's a level up there. I don't really need the vitality right now. What did I say? This spot would be one of the level ups? Level up, normal thing, yeah. And whatever goes here needs to benefit the main weapon is the kind of scary thing. You need to be able to add notes to the level up screen. This is like, it's an interesting one, eh? Like, there's so many things that go into this. And it's fascinating. It's really fascinating to think about what a game like this has to offer in its design space. Because, like, this is really narrow when you think about it in the later stages of the game. Because, like, what happens when I start filling up spaces and I get, like, abilities? Which, by the way, I could just toss the ability in. Like, I could do that. Like, that's not extremely out of the possibility. I should also mention the stars in the top left next to the character icon. Yeah, that is your health bar. You get hit, you lose a star. that is it. There's no, like, interesting things of health and all that. And to my understanding, I don't think there's actually health regen in this. God, that's loud. No way to delete them at the moment. Yeah, like that's an aspect, is that like there is. I love this game because of the decision making, but I will not deny that that's an element of it that it's just like, boy, would I want that sometimes, huh? But, as you kind of just saw maybe there, the game is relatively forgiving. With, its collision box. Okay, whoa, lordy, the game did not like whatever happened there. Okay. Probably another catalyst here. Just toss that there. Get the full strength bonus out of that and full poison bonus out of this. So that's pretty much that one's just... There's nothing else we can do to this effect over here. Oh, here's the next boss. What a difficult boss. Okay, we're about to get a shitload of levels here, so I need to actually start thinking. I probably need to introduce a new weapon. I think that's just straight up gonna have to happen here now. Just so I have options moving forward. So a level up is going to go here. Then something to benefit these two, and then another level up somewhere around over there. That's fine. Yeah. So now we have two weapons. This isn't going to really change that much, realistically. Yeah. So this becomes a level up here. This is only ever get one level. Ooh, that is rough, actually. Ah, well. What is this game? This is Touhou Library Survivors. Yeah. It's an interesting game. Again, I've played like 2 hours of it prior to today, here and there. Okay, this is a level up, definitely, and that locks in this one now being done off with it. Yeah. Cool. There we go. Got levels from that boss fight. We're gonna now probably consider stamina regen, so. Maximum stamina might honestly be enough. Fire rate, duration. Oh, Pierce. So this is a level up. I'm gonna put this as a level up slot. So we have 2 level ups already on this then, by that accordance. So what's something that would be nice to have? Fire rate. Just a soft bit of fire rate there. God, the cascading amount of kills. Oh god. Oh yeah, and we are running out of stamina now a lot more. Okay. So this is some kind of Vampire Survivors game with the grid-based leveling for perks. Yep, that's honestly, you pretty much hit all of the key stuff about this one. And then there's that much else to really bring note on this one. Ah, fuck, I walked into that one. Okay, so that is the loudness that is you losing one of the lives. You have, again, how many ever lives are up in the top left. We can get more, but I don't believe you can regenerate them. Do you have bombs? I don't think there are bombs. And the only magnet that I know of is the boss dying magnet. As a first impression, something's a bit unsatisfying about the enemies. Keep in mind, this is the easy mode, like very much the easy mode. There is a lot that changes with the difficulties. One example is that one of the enemy types starts actually firing projectiles and all that sort of stuff. A lot of things. Including also how they path, all sorts. A lot changes with levels of difficulty. All of them. I think I kind of know what you mean, but that's what I say. Like it's probably just the move animation. Yeah, I mean, it's very minuscule. Which is fine. Like, I see no issue with that. What did I say before with this? I just put that as a level, because that will be a global. This will be a global. This could be a global. Something like that. Gets those maxed out. Sure. I don't want rebalance though. Do I? I don't want rebalance, do I? Minus 5% damage for all of the stamina stuff? Ah, fuck it. I need to start getting some globals in here. surprised I didn't take damage just then. Okay, toss that in here. Okay, so what did I have again? Global. So, here. Let's level up. Yeah. I honestly might take the extra lives at this point. That just gives me +3 lives right now. Off the bat, which isn't bad at all. Well, the game is starting to chug, isn't it? Because I don't think it's got, like, EXP cleanup. I think that's definitely something that is, rough about it. Once the grid fills up. To my understanding, yes, probably. Admittedly, this is one of those times where I'll just say, I wouldn't know. I've never gotten to that stage. This is definitely... I think the next boss is the furthest I've seen. And the fact that I can't even remember what the next boss is should tell you how often I've seen that. Again, 2 hours total. It's because also the EXP doesn't get cleaned up to my understanding, so it's just like a lot of low performance that is getting added in and not dealt with. Which means I'm reliant on the boss, which just turned up. Okay, what was your mechanic here? Oh, you leap at me. Okay. Easy enough. Alright, here's the vacuum effect. Let's go through all the levels now, shall we? The game's frame rate's not happy. It might improve a little bit now that we've now picked up all the EXP. How many times the game will crash this stream? It's a stable game. It's a fairly stable game. I give a lot of credit to whoever made this. Like, I've never really come across a situation where it felt, like, super oppressively bad. At any point. I think they've done a solid job with it. I am now locked out of all of my upgrades directly to things, so I probably shouldn't pick up another ability soon. Okay. Now the real question is, where do I sneak this thing in? Because a lot of these are globals. Being next to a global does not benefit it at all. Because I, as a viewer, actually still have no idea, zero idea how the grid works. What do you mean? Because we explained it earlier. If you want the shorthand... Okay, you want the shorthand? Red means it's an ability that I actively cast. Purple means it's an ability that casts based on a condition met by something that is a red ability. Green is a local upgrade, yellow is a level up, and blue is a global upgrade. That's it. Well done, you've now figured it out. If you want me to hover over, see? Global upgrade. Modifier. Unique spell card. Trigger. Unique card. That's it. Maybe there's an argument to put this one in. Yeah, that seems so bad. Do that. From like game dev perspective, most normal streams don't stop and explain for everyone that comes in. I would argue it's actually relatively intuitive, especially if you just kind of pay attention to what's getting put places and where. The fact that they decided to make the abilities the two-piece, things like this, makes it that actually really intuitive, and you'll figure that out quickly enough. The other thing I will call out, Muffin, is you came in partway through a run. It would probably make a lot more sense if you came in at the beginning of a run. And by that same stretch of the margin, a lot of games have that weakness. In fact, probably the vast majority do. It's all about knowing where to look, and admittedly that is something that could be an argument, but all games have that weakness. Okay, now I'm seeing some weaknesses in my build. Maybe more stamina regen at this stage could be a valid-ish argument. Oh, you're got spinning things. Where have you got spinning things? Well, doesn't matter anymore. Hard to tell how close you are to one-shot kills versus two. Yes, I will agree with that. And I think that's because we don't really have... Well, we have damage numbers, but, like, the problem with not having health bars over enemies means that you'll never truly know how close you are to actually, like, just killing them or not. And that will always be a perpetual issue with games like this. Because that transparency just can't exist. Like, by nature of how they are. And it's pretty normal. Yeah. Again, that's something that's true. The issue is there's so much crap on screen in this one that it's hard to determine a lot of that. And I think that's one of the issues that the EXP in this game has, is how much clutter it is. to like how much I can discern. And that's, again, I went into the saying, I apologize for the criticism, I'm gonna probably be quite harsh on this game, but I truly do think it's an amazing idea. And there's a lot of coolness that's going on with it. And that needs to be immediately reminded. Okay. So this is really starting to get down to this point where, like, we don't have great answers anymore to things. And it makes a lot of the decisions here quite difficult to make. There's gonna be a point very soon that if it's not a global, I'm gonna be probably screwed. Like picking up here. Do you always have a choice of catalyst? No. They should be moving up and down a little bit. Oh, I kind of get what you mean with that, yeah. I think there's a danger to adding that. Because, like, very clearly they've tried to, like, keep all the enemies spaced so they never clump up in a really awkward way. Because if you look, they've got a lot of, quite a heavy collision to each other. If you have them floating and stuff like that, it creates, additional discrepancies and also could potentially make that look really awkward. Also, hello! Next boss, I've not seen you before. You're gonna possibly... Oh, that's cool. Okay. That's pretty fucking cool. So if you're wondering, I can't move during that. Oh, that's a cool boss. That's a really cool boss. Okay, I'm just gonna toss this in here. Okay, so clearly there's gonna be at least, oh my lord, okay. I expect lag in a second because I'm clearing these pretty easily. And there's no way something like that's gonna get any better. Okay, I'm really running out of space here, aren't I? Toss this here. Oh god. So much going on here. Well then, this is gonna get so much easier, huh? I didn't see that one. Alright. Oh god. So I want to also mention, I don't believe this game has been updated since 2022. So I don't expect to see any more updates on this. Oh god, yeah. No, this is one of those times where, like, as we said, the EXP not... God, I hate how loud that is. The EXP not getting cleaned up is very noticeable. Because I do think that the EXP not being, like, cleaned up here is adding to the lag quite a bit. I really love a global damage or crit upgrade right now. Gonna be real with you, Chief. Gonna be real with you, Chief. I really could. So this is now the issue we're in. Because I don't think I can just... Yeah, I can't, like, replace things. Alright. What's the next upgrade? Fuck. Of course it's goddamn more regen. Alright. So now, I'm interested to see what happens. We are no longer getting EXP. And EXP is no longer dropping. Actually has reduced the lag quite a bit. It's kind of funny. We do still get these, but these are meta upgrade resources. Oh, it looks like the EXP got converted into it. Oh, hello? Marissa? Look, I don't know most of their names. I will openly say that. Oh. Yeah, it is Marissa. Yeah. There we go. Beat the game on easy. Nice achievement. So, that is my first successful run with this game. I'm not even kidding. That's fine, me neither. Look, I'll be honest, you wanna know how I know I made this joke earlier, but you wanna know how I know most of the stuff about Touhou? It's by either my friend or by, third-party content. Anyway, Jolly Knowledge. A book that grants wishes? How could you fall for such a story, especially my subordinates? Good come. Sorry. Those who attacked Patroli were disciplined, though Marissa's curiosity got the better of her. Alright, maybe they might not grant wishes, but have you been hiding books? Upset by the line of questioning, Patroli demanded everyone leave the library. Just go home, and don't borrow any books on the way out. Alright. So now I can press this, which I'm gonna refund this, because I'm gonna max that out first. I'm gonna unlock what this is. What does this offer? So, heal when defeating a boss, kinda cool. Fire an extra projectile per rank, not bad. Increase maximum spell card slots by 1 per rank. I don't know how much that's actually gonna be that useful. And then increase crit chance. So ironically enough, I'm gonna be honest, most of those seem kinda disappointing. The boss heal one is probably the best out of those. By far. Third party content quote. Yeah. Just, you know, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Also, my computer's dying again. Don't worry about it. Is there a lot of rules about that third-party content? There are some rules about that third-party content, and why I'm calling it third-party content, but there indeed may potentially be 34 of them. Yeah, no, that is potentially a valid assumption to make. Look, I'm gonna be real with you, Chief. There is a few franchises I know nothing about outside of off-brand content of it, and you can call me out on that if you want. Alright, we'll do that. That's all I know about Touhou. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, Chief. I think the vast majority of people are gonna come under that as well. Alright, so let's look through the rest of these abilities and have a squizzy of ones that we want to have. Look at. Again, still think this is kind of a weird system. I think that this is not quite how this should be handled, if you're gonna handle something like this. To re-explain for those that weren't here before, that weren't here before. So there is weekday abilities. Whatever weekday it is, you gain a 10% bonus for these, but you can equip any ability anytime. So yeah, if you're particularly impartial to a ability, you can still play them outside of the normal times. I don't agree with this way of doing this. I think this is really weird. I still have really mixed feelings on how this is handled. But, I get what they were trying to go with for it. And I can't really fault them on that. So... let's go with a water sign, Sticky Bubbles. Sounds like a JoJo stand. Sticky Bubble! It's funny, but I feel like they could have just do a daily randomizer to encourage variety if that's their goal. So, kind of, yeah. I genuinely feel that, like, they should have had this designed very differently. There's ways to approach this idea, and it's, again, like, it's not randomized. It's always consistently the same thing. But, like, having a 10% bonus, it's okay. It's not really. It doesn't really matter. Then at that point in time, what's the point? If you want to accomplish, or, like, constantly switching around that sort of stuff, there is an aspect of, like, seeding a beginning, right? So you have it randomize through a seed that starts with this weapon, and that's what you leave it at. Because then it means that you can get, like, very specific upgrades out of it, and then maybe there's a charm to it then. That's where you get, like, often how weekly challenges are done for a lot of games like Slay the Spire and all that, is that it's basically just a seed that they've found. But yeah, so we'll play Wednesday's Water Sign or Sticky Bubbles on a slightly higher difficulty. Now again, this is just the same dialogue as before, so I'm just gonna skip it. Day of the week content, because I'm usually scheduled. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, that sort of stuff does get, I feel like it's normally not a good thing. I think there's a reason why most games have worked to weekdays, or like just a full week where you get the challenge. I already struggle with daily, like, quests, and I'm still mixed feelings about just going like, oh, but if we give you daily quests that you do, say, I don't know, you get 3 of them, and they, like, go into lieu, so you get 1 every day, and you can have up to 3 of them. It's like, okay, yeah, but is that really great? So again, this is the first one, so I can actually move things around very freely, including the main ability, so I can actually start like figuring out how I'm gonna go. But now that's locked in both of those. So now this is the change that you immediately see by the higher difficulty, is that that specific enemy will now shoot at us. Also, my complaint I'd make, that maybe is something I'd say for UI issues, is having something in the top right like that, very hard to see it most of the time. Maybe I'll do a Neuro one. Yeah. Shit, they got guns now. Yeah, exactly. Be scared, they're pulling out the Glock. Also, the, like, special waves that we were seeing last time will become quite a bit more potent. Yes, those two are both the stamina bars. There is a lot of redundancy with that factor. So that, yeah, that's both the same, and then up the top right here is the cooldown for the current ability. Yeah, I'm not going to deny, like I said, there's a few questionings about that. Is this turning into a Touhou game? Yeah, it does get bullet hell. The bosses all also shoot additional projectiles now. Like, trust me when I say this game has actually, like, significantly gotten harder by what we've done here. Alright. I hope the library is insecure. Yeah. But yes, they are bullet hell games, typically. That is not how that's gonna work, I can tell you that with certainty. Okay, I think I'm gonna do this. No, this. Alright, do that. Whoa. Yeah, I do believe that as well, is that I think there's a lot of the little things about this game that are a bit weird, admittedly, but I think that is kind of one of the aspects of it where, like, enemies and projectiles move in a way that means if I lag the game, they're still gonna move, I'm not gonna be allowed to get inputs in. Because when I've lagged, I've not teleported, but the enemies have just continued to glide. Which is a very interesting situation to be put in. Okay, toss this one here, finally. Oh, hello, here's Cerno. So you're gonna see the difference in how the bosses function a little bit here, is that you can see she freezes time, but now she also shoots at me. Which makes her significantly more threatening. But we're able to fairly clean it up fairly easily. What's this one on? Damaging an enemy. Okay. Probably tossing that here then. But I stand by, I think this is such a phenomenally interesting way of designing how to approach this stuff. Which is why I kind of want to look at the backpack hero stuff at some point. Because it does seem really cool and fascinating. Because, like, I like going with cascade builds in this sort of stuff. So a lot of the passive things. Oh, that's not good. Damn. Couldn't really avoid that well. Okay, this actually probably calls for an extra life here. So how am I doing this? This goes here. No. How am I getting the extra level for this? Could be neat if the tiles themselves had modifiers, like Scrabble. I definitely think there could be a mode for that. I wonder... Like, I feel like that would be, like, a special modifier thing that you would put on top, not something that would be inherent. And the rationale behind that is that, like... it's kind of think, like, maybe... What could have been nicer? Okay, let's go with this. What could have been nicer is this itself is a book. Right? This becomes the spell book. So it means that you could switch out the spell books and change them up, and then they would have modifiers attributed to them. So it means that, like, the chance of these occurring is higher, or all things get a minus stamina but an increase to damage. Things like this. So it creates this interesting scenario where the player can do more interesting builds with that. I feel like that would be something that could be quite easily done. Or then you could have one that has randomized tiles. Like, a couple of tiles have a bonus modifier inbuilt into them, so you could put an ability over the top of it, and it means that you just get that bonus inherently. Something like that maybe could have worked. Yeah, okay. Like, this is why I say this game has so much going for it that's so cool. Especially for, like, an indie game project. I think it's really, really awesome. And I think they've ticked most... Good lord. I think they've ticked most of the major boxes this game needs to be fun. Okay, I need to turn down the sound effect volume. Because that shit is deafening. So what does assist mode do? Let's have a little look. Assist mode settings. While the experience is balanced around the 4 difficulty choices, assist mode lets you further modify the game and rules to fit your specific needs. Allow assisted achievements. If turned off, you will not be able to gain Steam achievements while in assist mode. Game speed can be changed. Auto aim can be changed. Abilities that use the player's cursor are instead aimed at the nearest enemy. Auto collect. Power items are collected when they are dropped. Infinite lives and infinite stamina. Interesting. Okay. There's a lot of potential for growth. Well, like, what do you mean? Because, like, when I say potential for growth, I kind of refer to the fact that, like, there is so much room for things to be done and to be added into this. Do I take the minus? I probably don't. Probably just toss this into the middle of here, because that's good. It's just a one-off. Hey there, son. How's it going? Oh god, don't get stuck. There's another thing that's just turned up. Yeah. Man, I could really do with some level ups, huh? Some additions, but the game itself is fun and good overall. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I'm meaning with it, right? Is like, it is a game that in its own right is fun, enjoyable, and good, but there is always room for improvement, right? There should never be a moment of not considering that. It's always wise to see what could be improved, what could be changed, but not make that define your experience and solely look at that, right? Because if the moment you only look at that, then you're never going to finish a project. Hence why I say, like, this game itself probably doesn't get changed, right? And that's fine. But it would be quite cool to consider what could be done for it in the future. What are you? When triggered, when defeats an enemy. Drops from sky, cool. We're supposed to be walking to the card shop to pick up an order before sleep. Before you can go? Ah, yeah, that's how it goes. Okay. So we want to level up here. Do I put it here? Do I put it here? Here's really good, actually. That drastically improves a lot of things. Oh, here's our next boss. And as you can see, this one's gotten a little bit more intense. Now we're getting the real Touhou energy. Okay. There we go. Thank God. Alright. Yeah. I mean, that's literally the story of this game. We saw the end of the game a second ago, and that's the story of it. Is they're all just like, could you she's just like, could you all fucking not? Alright, win, trigger, drop from sky, on defeat, right, yeah. Do that. And sneak that in there. Alright. I do probably need to get some stamina regen, so... Okay, I could do this. This is gonna shred our stamina even more. Okay. That's leveled out. When it lands a crit, huh? So that's the maximum amount of those cards we can even get off it. Good lord. Okay, so ironically enough, that actually looks like a tactic as well, to just get all of those maxed out so we no longer seem to be getting given spell cards to be offered in the shop. So that's an important thing to keep in mind as well. Just do that. I need to put in some permafrost though, at some point. On something that goes like irregularly around the place. Just so I'm applying it. God, my stamina is not doing well. I probably need to pick up this. At this stage, yeah. And like put it here, because then we can put a level up here and a level up here. We probably need to be, at this stage, picking up catalysts whenever they turn up. If they ever fucking turn up. Pain. Alright, so this was on crit, right? So we do probably want to add a ruin in here, just to get some critical effectiveness. The problem is ruin is crit damage more than it is crit chance. There is a crit chance one, if I recall correctly. Not the global one. I think there's another one, right? This one. That's the crit chance one. Okay. Toss that in here. So this has a significantly higher crit chance. Oh, here's the... Oh my lord! Okay, that's what you do now. Alright. Okay. Fuck. Catalyst. Fuck, that's gonna get really hard to deal with, huh? I think I just put this one in here so I can get another life. So I'm not on one. Gives me max crit, gives me that maxed out as well. Catalyst comes in here, gives me additional life, gives me a little bit more fire rate, but it's not a huge upgrade right now. But I will take it. I did say permafrost is probably a wise upgrade as well on one of these ones. Oh, good lord. Alright, there we go. Popped. Catalyst. Probably go here at this point. And then probably see if I can get a sharpen in that corner there. Dude, this is a fucking basic enemy, and now it's goddamn doing these spinny ass bullets at me. How rude. Okay, I do want to grab the sharpen here, but I do kind of want the catalyst. We always want to keep getting catalysts when we can, because they're just very good. Do I toss it here? Or do I toss it here? I'm gonna toss it here. Yeah. Basic enemies, everybody! Basic enemies! Ah! I'm probably fucked here. Yep, there we go. Oh god. As you can tell, this game can see in like one of these later ones, rerolls and removals and stuff like that. I'm gonna be pissed because that's the shit you should have added way earlier. Just saying. But like, it's interesting to me because this is kind of like, so this upgrade here is, it's hard to see because it's covered by the Kofi thing. This has increased maximum spell card slots by 1 per rank of it. So this indicates to me that you'll want to have a lot of spells, but I'm gonna be honest, I actually don't think you do. Because I think you want more room for upgrades, if anything, and chaining them all together. But maybe that's my misunderstanding of the perception that this game is trying to offer to me. That's definitely something that could be the case. But it's really weird. Okay, what's a different ability we could try? Shooting Comet, sure. Let's go. Okay, well that's a pretty disappointing attack so far. Does a lot of damage, can't deny that. It does actually a lot of damage, huh? Okay. I mean, it feels really strong. I cannot deny that in the slightest. Further leveling it up has given me another projectile, huh? Interesting. So what are the full things for this? Just level up gives you more projectiles. No higher damage, no nothing. It's a really good base weapon. Interesting. If I was to offer maybe one suggestion to the gameplay loop of this, I do not think you should be slowed down in movement at all when casting. Or if so, by nowhere near as much as you are. Because I just feel it's just not very fun most of the time. The amount that you get slowed by. I feel like this one probably would have been better if I actually gave it bounce instead of a thing. Yeah. Bounces hit a pierce would have definitely probably improved the main weapon we've got a lot more. And that is the issue of running out of stamina right there, is I can't cast for an entire recharge. It is a little rough for that. Okay, that is all my spell cards. And here's Cerno. Oh, god damn it. I thought I pasted that correctly. Cool. Okay, popped it. Oh boy. Alright, I need to start picking up these pretty aggressively, I think. Okay, I'm not quite at the point where I've got the great damage anymore. That's concerning. Okay, I need to improve the central spots. Honestly, this might be where I have to put this. Yeah, like, I kill most things pretty easily if I'm allowed to just sit there and kill it. The problem is I don't really get that opportunity. Especially in the later stages of this, we're gonna have so many projectiles to have to consider and dodge. It's gonna become quite difficult. But does the EXP jump away from you before coming closer? It's actually very common. I think even I have it where it kind of like nudges away and then comes towards you. It's a nice little way of giving kind of a visual to it. It's actually very, very common. It's very nice looking too, when done correctly. I do think it leaps a little far in this case, but it's very common to have it leap away a little bit. Because it creates a much more interesting cascading visual if you kind of look at it. Fuck you. More projectiles, huh? Got a lower fire rate, which doesn't matter for this. Yeah, do that. I desperately need to get some stamina recharge soon, though, I think. I've been delaying it for too long. Oh, boss. Okay, fire rate's dangerous at this stage for me to pick up. Do that. Oh, you mean Boyd's? Yes, I've been still looking at it and I'm still working on it. It's just not... It's gonna be probably my next major project, since now that we've done the update. Like, it's been a project that I've worked on a fair bit in my free time, but also, God, my computer is dying a little bit right now. But I just haven't done more with it, like I said I was going to, or anywhere near as much as I said I was going to. Ah, yes, thank you for over-moving me, and now I'm one hit from death. Okay. I was just lagging too much at that stage. It happens. Good weapon, though. Can't do anything. Hit enemies in an arc. Let's try that one. But yeah, Boyd's is still getting worked on. I have a lot of stuff that I need to do for the infrastructure of it, though. To ensure that it's not super poorly optimized, because if I just add it raw, it's going to be about the same processing as pathing in general, except it won't have systems in place for dealing with terrain. So that's basically just a downgrade. I'm hoping with a architecture I'm putting in for reduction of checks to meet certain requirements, I should be able to reduce the amount of checks that it needs to do, so it's not checking against everything, and it's a bit more of a global mind allowance. If I do that, the benefit I also have is that I can potentially shift status data from enemies onto that point. And it means that I can basically store what status effects are affecting an enemy and cycle through them a bit more effectively. By just importing the data onto the enemy instead of doing anything else. Let's try this one. I don't know what this weapon does off the top of my head. So, by the way, if you're gonna have a cutscene like that, don't have it at the beginning of your game every time. Have it at the beginning of the game at startup, because that would be more correct. Okay. That's an interesting weapon. Huh. Yeah, that feels really bad, I'm gonna be honest. Because it feels like it's not firing from where I expect it to every time. It feels like it's being inconsistent. Is that just me? What's been inconsistent? The melee weapon. It feels like it's not hitting where I expect it to a lot of the time. Seems fine now, but I swear, like, there was some times where it was, like, appearing in... It feels like every once in a while it's skipping a spot. That's what I think's happening. I think, ironically enough, I think the lag might actually be affecting that. Like, it feels like it's skipping spots from time to time. God, my stamina thing's awful. I'm gonna take damage here. In some ways, I think it is. Yeah, it's really weird. Because it also feels like sometimes it's not firing in the direction that I'm kind of targeting it to. Because, like, sometimes it's directly in front of me and sometimes it's, like, slightly off to the side, which is what I'd expect, is the off to the side one. I feel like the targeting's inconsistent. But I don't know if that's just lag or if that's just me. Why not? Found one of those old cameras, the collapsing lens. God damn it. Fair enough, Roger. Fair enough. Yeah, I just think that, like, some of the math on it's a bit weird. Maybe that's because I've also given it projectile speed, so it doesn't sit right sometimes. Homing projectile when I land a crit, huh? That's probably going here. And that's the last card. Alright. I didn't think I moved forward. Apparently I did. Gets me out of that weapon anyway. I don't think that was a very good weapon. I don't think melee's very what you want in this at all. Maybe as a supplement, but not as a primary weapon. Which is never good when you introduce because I think there's like 2 or 3 weapons that are melee outside of that one. Like, I'm gonna be honest, just mass projectiles seems to have done me really well most of the time. And then try and get like on hit spell cards. Or on defeat, I guess, as well, works. let's go with this. But yeah, like this one here is another one that's like deal damage around you. It's a very small area. I have not seen a modifier that improves area. I have not seen a modifier that increases size in a way that's like worth it. And that's not a great sign to me. What's this one? When you land a crit. We could honestly just toss this in at this point. Do this. Then I could do this. Lower the stamina cost, but lower the damage, so it's all about getting the procs on this one. The problem is that's a defeat enemy. I could make this like super status effect orientated. Does this have projectiles? Yes, projectiles is an upgrade for it. So I could just do this and increase the amount of projectiles going on with it. Because like, oh no, minus fire rate. That doesn't matter. This is an auto trigger. The problem is the damage is so unfocused now, I guess. Yeah, so this is the one that increases size. This is the only one I know that increases size in any capacity. Rubber wouldn't be too bad, I think, here, potentially. Wouldn't be the worst thing ever. By the way, I want to mention something, in case someone asks me about this, why am I not potentially chaining the, on critical trigger to, like, the on defeat trigger? So if we actually look in the list of other upgrades here, you can see how it says bounces, critical bonus, all that stuff, right? If we look at this one, you'll actually see that in the list of other upgrades, there is on defeat and on proc, on critical. Those choices are there. They're not there in these ones. Therefore, by all intents and purposes, these will not trigger themselves. Because that would potentially lead to infinite loop, right? Actually, it might be this. It's be interesting. Do this. Okay, I do want to have a level up somewhere here. I'm probably just putting it here. But like another thing I could say is like they could have also really heavily lent into the levels stuff, right? Or like the on effects, and they could have it like as one of them saying like on poison, on fire, like on fire starter or whatever. Like these sorts of things could have been lent into as well. There's so much design space with this sort of thing, and that's why I love this. Because, like, it's just, in a sense, it's infinite design possibilities. Because, like, the more you do with the design as well, the just more extreme and egregious you can potentially get with what the player has access to as well. And it just keeps the spiraling effect that just never stops at any point. And it just keeps going and going and going. And I love that so much. That's gonna exist. Create exists there, so that's fine. Oh no, a global gets surrounded by an additional level that it doesn't need. Whatever will I do? Alright, here's Cerno. So I'm gonna do that. Do that. I dread to think what this is on its highest difficulty, because I don't even have that shit unlocked. That's the wild thing with this, by the way. Because, like, I have Lunatic. There's a difficulty above that that I can only do by beating the highest difficulty. I don't even know if I want to know how to do that. The highest difficulty is the true to. Look, if the highest difficulty doesn't have the basic enemies shooting at me, like these basic enemies shooting at me as well, I'm gonna call it a disappointment. I'm gonna just say that now. The true Touhou experience. Oh, this isn't good. Oh, okay, it's the slow one. Thank God. Sharpened. Thank God. This is what I was hoping for. Massive bonus to crit chance. Again, the charm of these games is the bullet heaven aspect of them, where they're counteracting the bullshit they do with your own bullshit, and it's kind of fun. Just give this more damage. Like, load that heavily. I can't really afford stamina cost increases at this point to any of my main things. Ooh. Shit. Okay, I think this gets tossed in here finally. Maybe just pick this up at this point. Put it here. Give me a little bit more buffer to work with. The thing is with those things that shoot is like once they've shot once, like they become so weak by comparison. Because they don't really shoot again for like a good fair few seconds. And if your build's doing okay, it seems that like you've probably killed them by well before they next go to fire their gun. Oh boy, here you are again, Miss Bullet Heaven. Bullet Hell, I guess for me. What was this one? This is when it damages an enemy. We probably actually picked this one up. And there'll be... Oh, that's still not our final spell? Wow, we're quite a ways away from being done with spell cards, huh? Okay. Yay. Honestly, puncture might not be a bad one to toss on this. Oh, thank God I'm so forgiving for the hitbox sometimes. And then I'm not. Well, that's spicy time. Alright, do this. It's probably the most I can do with a single ad. Which one's this one? Fire falling. I do not like this one. I do not like the curve of it. Super awkward. Yeah, I wasn't dealing enough damage. Alright. That's pain. That's pain. I want to see what Lunatic has to offer. Let's see what Lunatic has to offer and take, this one. There is no way I'm going to do well into this one. And I'm going to say that very clearly now. Let's go. I want to see what this has to offer. If, again, this is going to be... I expect this to be rough. Oh yeah, I can already see this being rough. Okay, that's already enemies that can fire projectiles at me. Literally on the first wave they can turn up. Well, I did ask for the basic enemies to start just shooting at me. Oh, okay. I see. We really do not like the player at this point. Huh, okay. Huh. Oh, you're a new boss to turn up. Okay. Oh god, I'm gonna get my ass beat with this, ain't I? What the? Okay, I saw a bug then in the achievements. I got an achievement that I shouldn't have. It's interesting. I got an achievement for killing Cerno multiple times. Just literally as part of killing that boss as well. Okay. I have 1 health to work with as well. And I just tired myself out. There we go. Oh god, what's this wave gonna do? Oh, okay. Oh, and she does it more. Okay, I see. Yeah, it doesn't feel very good, that one. Let's try hard, see how bad that is by comparison. Because, like, that was rough. That was Touhou, I guess. Yeah, that was a bit more on the Touhou side of Touhou. Oh god, this weapon's gonna be interesting. Okay. Yeah, this game has, like, this... How do I describe it best? Not all weapons are created equal. That's how I think I would describe it. So she turns up in hard mode as well. Alright, got it. Oh, she's not quite as rude in this, because she did another wave of attacks. Made dodging really uncomfortable. She's also very easy to kill, all things considered. Okay, acceleration. So it feels like that is actually a better way to play the game, by the way, is that kind of like cluster a bunch of abilities and then spread them out together. Because it feels like I get way stronger way quicker and still have room for control later. It just means that my mid-game stamina feels like garbage. Like absolute garbage. That's on critical, that's on damage, and that's on kill. Yep. Damn it. Their regular movement patterns of them, or well, like the direction makes it really awkward to try and dodge them sometimes. Considering too many angles, man. Oh, you can eat a dick. Can you tell how much I love bullet hell games? I actually do like bullet hell games, that's the fun part. Alright, that should be the last card. Okay, sharpen is an important one for the ones around this. So ironically enough, I think I actually put it here. Or here. No, I think I like the idea of it going here. Because then it gives me room for another one maybe here. Get more crit chance on. Because, like, here wouldn't be bad. Because then it gets crit chance itself, and this gets the crit chance as well. Yeah, we'll do that instead. I really should have taken the Constitution there, by the way. Pretty sure. None of these actually reduce that stuff as well. Rubber might be good. Where am I putting rubber, though? Like here? Might not be a bad bit. I think I put another level here, by the way. Because then that's going to, again, affect 4 different items and then a 5th one eventually. Oh, I got the timing wrong on that movement. That's on me. Same there again. God damn it. Okay, so this one is the on defeat, never really performed well. Neither did this. That's on critical. I never really got the crit up there enough. And this one performs awfully. I'm gonna be honest. For all things considered, even though, like, this is the interesting one, because, like, looking at these stats, right, I don't actually have a great idea of what the fuck this means. It just says statistics 55 4 minutes. I mean, clearly, like, this is kind of damage average or something. Or maybe it's kill average. Which, this one, awful. This one, great. Yeah, well, I kind of knew that before. And this one, oh, where's the other one? This one? This one, it was okay. So yeah, I think so far, fucking Water Sign Sticky Bubbles has appeared to be, like, one of the better performing consistently weapons. Like, just in general. I kind of want to... Okay, I'm going to refund. How far off am I on that? I'm actually really close. I want to get the heal when defeating a boss. I think that's going to drastically improve the power level of me as the player. So I'm going to do this. We're going to do this, and we should probably get enough pretty easily to make that difference. Okay. Oh. I'm getting Wheel of Death. No, we got there. Okay. I mean, that's one thing gotta kind of bring attention to. This game is actually relatively well refined for, again, a indie development. Like, while it's, in a sense, lacking certain aspects, that's fine. Give myself as much room as possible there. Sure, fuck it, why not? Alright. I'm really looking for multi things. The trigger ones right now. I'm just not hitting, huh? There we go. Okay, which one's this? Defeat enemy. I'm gonna put that one here because I've already reduced the damage over here, so I want to have the kills one over here, so I put high damage on this side. Cool. First decision made like that. Also looks really funny because it is just turning into like a goddamn flower at the moment. So this is definitely where I'm going to want to try and put the crit one at this rate. The crit one's definitely going to attach to the blue, to the bouncing water. I'm gonna do that. Okay, this one's the really hard special wave, because I need to consider too many angles. Alright, there we go. Oh, my fucking sanity. Yeah, it's a Touhou. It's a Touhou Library Survivors. It's a Survivors-like game. Always fun. Do this now, because that maxes that out. That maxes this out. And then that gets that further along as well. I could toss this here for a real massive upgrade. Wouldn't be a bad bet, actually. Yeah, I might do this instead. This gives me probably more immediate power. Glint, I think I'm gonna put here at this point. Yeah. Try and start some of the global prep while I keep looking for on-trigger casts. Honestly, I feel like I should just pick this one up as well. Get the stamina regen going. Ooh. Damn it. Durno, could you just die? You are a very frustrating opponent. Oh, fuck, I went out of stamina. Oh, God. You can fuck off. Oh no. Ah! Oh, of course, that timing as well. Yep. Alright. So me, or there's some drop frames. It's not that there's drop frames, it's that the game is just lagging, because it doesn't have great cleanup. And when you have that much experience, that much fucking projectile, and that much bullshit going on, it makes a lot of sense that all of a sudden that might get a little laggy. There. We now have heal when we kill a boss, which is great if we kill bosses. I feel like the ones that just fire more projectiles are the better ones. Like, even this one is just better. Can you pause buffer to counter lag? Oh god. Just needed to restart your YouTube? No, it is, as you can see right now, movement's perfectly fine, motion's perfectly fine on the VTuber model and everything like that. It's all within expectations. It's just when the game gets a bit more heated, it's a little worse. Can't go wrong with more darker. True. It's just, melee feels bad. This one, oh my god. So I've not shown this tornado. This tornado is one of those ones where it's like, okay, I get what you're trying to do with this weapon, but holy shit, this weapon just does not feel great in this kind of game. You wanna see it? Fires damaging zones forwards. What do you think this means? Yeah, so it's kind of horizontal attack, and I'm gonna be real with you, Chief. That's not good. Not only is it targeted, which already makes it a bit rough in this kind of environment, it's targeted in the worst way possible. And it does not do enough damage to justify it as well. Oh my god, this angle is so awkward. Alright. I'm sorry, who are you? I did not expect to see you today there, dear. Alright, sure. Okay. I was not expecting to just randomly have, Rumia turn up. That's a bit wild. Land critical on these two. Alright, sure. Oh, did I immediately get another level up, huh? Do the old flower mechanism. that's awkward. Alright. Put that one here. Oh, that was a bit laggy. Give me my fucking stamina! Or a mana reset after. I wish I could take the time to read that! Ah! Oh, I'm gonna get fucking murdered here. Of course, Tiger Roof. Okay, yeah, that sounds about right. That indeed does sound about right. Yeah, so by the way, I do not like this weapon. In case that wasn't obvious, I think this weapon is absolutely garbage. Wow, would you look at that? Not even the main weapon we pick, and it's still just overperforming. Can't play Touhou IRL. Dude, imagine playing Touhou IRL. You'd get your ass whooped. I hate that this just objectively seems like one of the best spells by like such a margin that it's not even like funny. Like the water one specifically. Because this is the one we picked up that time, but Sticky Bubbles always seems really good because of the bounce system. So just cascades a little bit. Gotta love Cascade, one of the more fun mechanics. Can't wait to make their one elemental that just literally the commander is Cascade. Totally don't want to make that deck at some point just because it sounds so stupid. Why have tempo when I can just have Cascade? What happens if you cascade a Cascade card? It cascades. If you cascade a Cascade, it cascades into cascading. That's the best part of Cascade. That's why I fucking love it. If you have a full-blown Cascade deck, you might just lose your deck in one turn, and it's great. However, if I recall correctly, and this is the fun part about like things with this, is if you cascade and have like a card that multi-cascades, you have to cascade, resolve the first cascade, and then you cascade again. Because you have to fully resolve the events of the first cascade. Yeah, it doesn't mean that the amount of casts are exponential. I mean, how big is your deck is the literal answer to that question, yeah. I'm not even kidding. Like, that's not a joke. It's how big is your deck is how much you can cascade. That is the point. But keep in mind, Cascade is always at a deficit. It is always under the cost of the card that you cast. So if I cascade, and I cascade into something that's an 8 cost, and I'm like using a 7 cost, or it's 7 cost as well, it doesn't cascade. So you actually need to chain the events correctly. So you do need to, if you want to get extremely insane goes of Cascade, you actually need to scale your stuff effectively so it does have some smaller things in there. If that is your intention with the Cascade build. But yes, a Cascade can cascade, and Cascade can cascade into a Cascade, and Cascade. Ah! Cascade. In Yu-Gi-Oh! There's a card that has to be errated until unplayable. but it would switch the deck in the graveyard for both players. That sounds funny. It would be fun for MTG Cascade, deck yourself out and then switch your deck, so your was almost decking out. I mean, there are so many ways to shuffle Grave into deck, and there are some ways to manipulate some of that stuff. But yeah, I don't think there is a direct thing where you swap your deck with your graveyard. Like, I know there's ways to just mill your entire deck. No, what is that one Jace ultimate where it's put your library in your fucking graveyard, put the target library into the graveyard and then put their hand into their as their deck? It's something like that. It's like it swaps the position of all of them, so it basically means if you don't have a big hand, you lose the game. I'm trying to remember. Card reveal, but it cannot be used in Cascade is put back into the deck on the bottom. Yes. Anything that's cascaded, but not like cast, is just put back into the deck. So you can't deck yourself out with Cascade as well, because the wording on it is you don't draw the cards. So therefore you can go through your entire deck quite safely. As well as lands can't come out of Cascade, unless you've got that one card, which is one of the ones I would put into the Cascade deck, which is the, you can play it, no, what is it again? Is it play, or is it you can, I can't remember what it is, but there's one of them that's like when you Cascade, if there's a land in the Cascade pile, you can take it out, and I can't remember if it's play it or if it's something else. What does that one card do again? I mean, I actually think I've got it. Have I still got it tabbed? I do. Give me a second. Chaos Bloom. Averna the Chaos Bloom. If, as you cascade, you may put a land card from amongst the exiled cards into the battlefield tab. So that's not even, like, that's not land drop for turn. That's the fucking strength of that card. Yeah, Averna the Chaos Bloom. Green, blue, red. 4/2 Elemental Shaman. So the wording on it very particularly states this, by the way, is do this after the last card is exiled, but before deciding whether to cast the non-land card. Cascade Landfall. Yeah, it's like the idea of that deck is so fucking funny to me. Because it's just put Cascade and Landfall in deck. Well done, you've now made the deck work. Because, like, you probably put still Maelstrom Wanderer as your commander for that one, because that's green, blue, red still. And if you're Wanderer, to those that might not know, Maelstrom Wanderer is the one I was mentioning earlier, which is just green, blue, red, and 5 mana. Creatures you control have haste, Cascade, Cascade. For a 7/5. So, like, you put that down, you are going through your deck. That is an 8 mana card. Anything that is less than 8 mana is coming onto the board. And if you've got a Cascade deck, everything's coming onto the board. I think only Apex Devastator is the thing in that kind of deck that's not coming down off of that, but like it's going to be in your deck. You're probably going to Cascade it out at some, or like you're going to play it out and Cascade again at some point. And honestly, if you've Maelstrom Wandered and then play Apex Devastator, you've probably got all of your permanents on the board now. Which is really funny to me. Because it's because that's 10 mana for Apex, right? Yeah. Celebrate. Yes, Emoti is in the idea for it. So Emoti is Cascade. Fire. So it's a blue, a green, 3 mana, Cascade. But it also gives spells you cascade with converted mana cost 6 or greater have Cascade. So if you cascade already with a card, you double cascade. If I have this thing out and then cast my commander, I fucking cascade 3 times. If you play that out and have Apex Devastator, you are cascading 5 times. And this is discluding the fact that you also could potentially have like Sunbird's Invocation, which is not Cascade, but kind of Cascade. You can have other things that do Cascade as well with like, there's a few cards that can give Cascade to cards as well. It becomes a fucking mess, and I love it. You're worth 10 mana? Damn. Damn, you really got me with that one. Oh. Oh. Yeah, like, bigger on the inside enchantment. Give that one as well. Which is, target player adds 2 mana of any one color. The next spell they cast this turn has Cascade. It's an enchantment for an artifact or a land. So if you've got like an artifact that doesn't tap, for example, you could use that. Or one that you're probably not going to tap. Or if you've got a land that's just like kind of meh, right? But you do that and like, so, okay, let's just show primary screen for a moment. I want to show this deck that I tossed together because I saw a couple of these cards at my local store for cheap. And I was like, I kind of want to build this. Better be, yeah, no, it is a TARDIS card, see? Bigger on the inside. Because Doctor Who actually has quite a few Cascade cards. It's actually quite surprising how many Cascade cards it has. But yeah, so this card here, there's a shiny of it, or a foil version of it, at the local store for really cheap. And I was like, I kind of want to see if I could build a deck around it. And I realized a lot of these cards are actually there, and it's not that expensive. Especially, this is technically a lie. You can get a lot of these cards for a lot cheaper. I was like, damn, it's kind of funny. Give me a second. There we go. But yeah, I thought this deck would be really funny to make. It's just, hey, do you like Landfall? Do you like Cascade? Soup. The fact is, like, Scoot Swarm is a great example of just, like, this being a mess of a deck. There is a very good chance you could potentially deck yourself out with this, especially with Tata VR. Yeah, that words. And, AC. Like, this is a deck that is designed to be like, I put big thing on board, please don't have a fucking board wipe. Like the Cascade and Discover is basically Moon Knight random bullshit go. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of why I like the idea of it. Because it's just like, why would I bother having tempo when I can just blow my deck out onto the board and see what fucking happens? Like, you'll find very quickly almost all the cards in this have Cascade, by the way. That's the best part. This deck makes you feel like a Yu-Gi-Oh player playing cards for free. It kind of does. Like, for no joke. Like, this deck does not have any defense, by the way. Like, I don't think I've got any... My only fucking defense is a Cascade. Oh, that should tell you everything about this deck and its design. Is that the only counterspell I fucking got Cascades. Such a bad idea. Oh shit, I fucking forgot about that. Like, I want to stress, there are some really easy ways to make this deck really good, like Ginger Taxes or something like that, right? Like, it's got access to blue. You can put them, that dude that's just like, ail him out, all hand, everyone else's hand has like, -7 max hand size. Like, you could make this deck extremely awful to play against. But also... like, this here is another example. Wild Mage Sorcerer. Have you ever heard of this fucking card? This card's amazing. The first spell you cast from exile this turn has Cascade. Question that I know Matthew will know the answer to this. Off the top of my head, do you know what Cascade actually does? Because you're gonna realize really quickly how stupid a fucking card that is. It's such a dumb deck. What I actually need in this deck is cards to like shuffle your grave back into your deck so it just keeps cycling. There's a couple of Eldrazi that do that, right? Some big ass Eldrazi. Toss that in here and it'd actually be good. But yeah, so to explain the reason why Wild Magic Sorcerer is fucking hysterical. Fun fact, when you Cascade, what you're doing is you're exiling all those cards, and then you're casting from exile. This reads, the first spell you cast from exile this turn has Cascade. So, you Cascade, the first thing that comes out of that Cascade, that thing has Cascade. So if you Cascade into something that cascades, you're also cascading again. Did I mention the word cascade? Oh, this deck is really bad and really funny. So I can play it against... No, I own only like fucking 5 cards out of this deck. I want to make this. I want to make this deck so badly because of how just like... It will never win. It will always be the target of board wipes, but it will be the most hysterical thing to play. That's why I love card games. It's so dumb. But again, that's the thing I want to stress. This deck could become a monster very easily if you just strip out some of the stuff like Mossborn Hydra. This is in there to be funny. Right? Like, there's even Maelstrom Colossus. 8 mana fucking artifact golem that has bloody Cascade again. It's Landfall Cascade. That's all this thing's here to do. Like, Kodama. Okay, you wanted Cascade, now I've got Kodama in here as well. Which, to explain this one, whenever another permanent you control enters, if it wasn't put into the battlefield with this ability, you may put a permanent card with equal or less mana value from your hand onto the battlefield. Cascade means I get 2 cards out of hand with Kodama. At least. Because it's the card that I played, and then it's the card that's cascaded. Oh no, I've got some big chunky cards in hand. How will I play these? When I've only got enough 10 mana to play Apex Devastator. Oh wait, my hand is on the board all of a sudden. So fucking stupid. Oh, I love the idea of this deck so much. Like, this is an example of a deck that if I had the money, I would make this in a heartbeat. I'm so tempted to make this deck. But I need to take a break from that stuff. I need to finish the Golgari deck that's almost done. Once that's ready, I'm gonna be slowing down a fair bit with magic-based decks. This genuinely might be one I'd toss together if I've got the free time, but like, I'm not even kidding. If I go to Calico Keep, Mal. It should still be there. Yeah. 260 for that commander. Like, it's not hard to build this deck. There's a lot of the core cards are available to me and are relatively cheap. So I could probably do it. The problem is, I'm not even kidding. You wanna know where the vast majority of this deck cost comes from? There's a single card in this deck that costs about $100. But it is so damn good for this deck because of how funny it is. And do you know what that card is? It's on screen right now. It's on screen. It is objectively such an incredible card to put in here. The Great Henge? Correct. The Great Henge. Even here, it is $80-something. It is over 100 here in New Zealand, I think, sometimes. Actually, how much is it? Because the local store has one. The Great Henge. Yep. $100 card. That is the card that makes that deck super expensive. But when you think about it, again, the reason why I want to stress, it's an amazingly funny card in this deck. So it costs less, so it comes down pretty cheaply because you're probably going to have more than 7 attack with some of these things that come down. Like most of these are 6, 7 or above in attack. So this thing comes down for like 2-3 mana. Gets potentially a Cascade trigger of Emoti. And it taps for 2 green, which just makes it really good. Also, there's another effect that doesn't fucking matter. It's one of those problems where, like, I could remove that card, I could find a replacement, sure. But it's really hard to find a good replacement. Build them around what I pulled. Oh yeah, again, this is a deck that, like I said, you can actually see how many cards I own of this. Look at the blue and green bands next to the number up the top right. You can see those are the ones I actually own or own a variant of. And you'll kind of see very quickly, oh yeah, I do not own most of this deck. And most of the cards as well. For example, Volcanic Torrent, that's in my fucking Stellar Lee deck. That ain't coming out of that Stellar Lee deck. I would be having to find a replacement for it. Which, I mean, it's fine. But, like, that's kind of the problem. I do have, like, 2 Tata Yavars in my fucking collection, but like, I don't have a, yeah, as Matthew said, I really don't have a large-scale collection at this stage. So the fact is, I don't even think I've got, I think I might have 1 spare Commander Tower right now and no spare Soul Rings, is a great example of like how early I am with the scope of these sorts of things. This is why, like, things like bundles, things like precons are what I'm buying a lot of more as my attention. Even with a small one, it's fun. I won't deny that, but I will say it becomes like significantly more painful. Because you just keep sitting there and wishing. Also, remember how we were playing a game earlier? But the problem is that when you don't have a collection that can even complete the decks, that is my issue, right? That's where I sit with that scenario. Okay, which one was this one? This is the damage, this is the defeat. Okay. I thought this was a Magic the Gathering stream. I mean, all of my streams have like a soft Magic the Gathering tag, I feel, at this stage. It's the best way to do it. This is probably gonna proc very, very consistently. Yeah, and it's gonna counteract that quite easily. Frost slow, awesome. I mean, let's be honest, and I mean this with like the utmost respect to the scenario. Who doesn't have ADHD in the modern era? Alright. Or like it's a spectrum at the is kind of the point, right? That's why I'll openly say this can get cancelled or something. I struggle when it's like, oh, well, I have ADHD, so this is the case. It's like, look, I'm not going to dispute that, but like, also, I've lived my life with that as well. It doesn't excuse things. That's the main thing. Is that... It's just, yeah, it's something that I feel like is fairly normal, in fact. It's fine. Again, we all have our ups and downs and different things. Getting distracted, talking about fun things that we're interested in. I think that's something that every human being has in some capacity, right? It's also environment dependent. Yeah, exactly. That's another aspect that I'll agree with 100%, is that like there is an element of it that is when you're with like the right kind of people, the right kind of discussion topics, all that sort of stuff, it's very easy to get narrowed in and in it. And I will always condone some stuff like that. And that's why I'm trying to stress, I'm not meaning it to diminish in any capacity, and I apologize if that's how it may come across to anyone at all. I never try and say that sort of stuff to diminish the difficulties for those that have a lot harder of a time with anything. It's just an acknowledgement I like to kind of thing of get where you're coming from, but also kind of in a sense don't have to apologize for such a thing, because we all deal with it. I guess, I mean, yeah, that's kind of the main thing, is it's just like no reason to have to apologize for something we all do. It's like, oh, I'm sorry I breathed. It's like, really? I'm gonna get hit, like, this is gonna probably kill me here at this point. Because I think she repeats another time. Yeah. Oi. Okay, I didn't die. Mildly surprised. I'm gonna put this here. Let's see. At least to me, you're very clear and respectful. In fact, I agree with you. Just wanted to make a joke initially. Oh, yeah, no, 100%. I only started responding to it the way I did because, like, he kind of had the like, oh, I can't assume and all that sort of stuff, so I thought I'd put that forward. But yeah, I will always say as well on top of that, and I'm not saying this to you, Nya, I'm just saying this as a general thing. If you disagree with an opinion I have, awesome, cool. Formulate your own opinions, it's the best thing. They can be informed by others, but they should not be made by others. That's always a big one, right? When you're a kid, it's okay to have a lot of them kind of prescribed to you by your parents, but it's not wrong to question them. Just realize that especially while you're under your parents' roof, you do kind of have to listen to what the hell they say, because you are living there for, in a sense, free. Even if they're getting paid to have you or anything like that, you need to acknowledge that there is a level of you're not actually... You're, in a sense, you are causing a detriment and they're choosing to keep you around. No, that's the terrible way of thinking about it. How do you word that without sounding awful? I've had terrible family settings, so I have nothing really positive to say about family environments. I will openly admit to that context. No, I don't want to clean my room. That is the main one that will always make me chuckle. It's just the amount of people that it's just like, I don't, but why are they telling me to clean their room, my room and all that? It's like, because it's good to do. Do it. Why is this a hard concept? Yeah, I'm probably dead here, I'm gonna be honest, because I don't think I can get out of this corner. Yeah. I used to be a real pain in the ass. That's the other thing you just kind of talked about. I was a little shit as a child. I was one of the worst kind of people in a lot of ways. I had a lot of problems going for me. Everything. And I feel like that's something that all of us will look back at and go, holy shit, I hated it. Me as a child, holy shit, if I went back, I'd slap the shit out of him. And that's fine, because that means you've grown up, you've learned, you've improved. You can look back and go, I did something wrong, I am not there now. That is the important thing. Always acknowledge the positivity of being able to look back and cringe at yourself. Is the fact that you recognize it now, so therefore you might not repeat that. And you're improving. You're awesome. That is the awesome part about people. You keep improving, you keep evolving, you keep adapting. It's so awesome. You're awesome. I'm on very good terms with my siblings, wasn't as a child. I feel like that's something I've heard quite commonly. Or the inverse in a sense, where I hear that they're really close as, you're all, like, the family's very close, and they just drift apart. It's not that they become, like, antagonistic or anything, but they just don't... In a sense, like, the relationship no longer becomes so tight-knit, and everyone goes their own separate ways. Not to say that they won't be there or anything like that. It's an interesting one. It's a very interesting one. What is a weapon we haven't really used? I guess Sylphie Horn. That's probably the best example. Let's lower the difficulty back down to normal. But yeah. By the way, if you're wondering why I'm like doing that whole you're awesome and stuff like that, genuinely, I have lived so much of a shit life, but I've seen human beings being both the best and worst things ever. And from that, there is no stretch to say that like that is the main thing you need to take away from that. Is that humans can be both the best and the worst. And because of that, take it as the point of everyone has the capacity for all of that. And while I'm on the realistic, pessimistic side, I do believe in the best parts of people. Because people can be really awesome. So good, yet so evil. Yeah, pretty much. There were some points would be killing each other, left alone. Yes, no, I understand that. Both friendly and violent. Yes. Again, these are the things that I will not. I will always acknowledge. I will acknowledge the best and the worst of humanity at any given time, and I'm not going to try and hide the fact that humanity has the capacity for great stupidity, but we also have the capacity for the greatest things ever to be pretty and amazing, right? Hence why, like, I take the whole benefit of the doubt thing with people, where it's like, oh, look, maybe they're trying to do something stupid, and if they are, and I'm not going to be able to stop that. But, benefit of the doubt argument, here's hoping, maybe they're not going to be the worst. Stamina out. I'm doing that more and more now. It's because I've done runs with really good stamina that I think I'm doing worse with stamina economy now. God damn it. Let's see. I always like to think of this in one way. We're capable of the best and the worst, so do your best. You're not gonna be alone in that. Yeah, no, like, oh my god. Yeah, I'll talk about that really briefly. So just before stream, the guy that I'm an admin for on Discord, he said something that objectively is actually really dangerous to say. Like, it was a medical thing, and he's talking like, he's saying basically the exact opposite of what you should do, which is very not okay to do in a position where you have any form of influence. And I let someone kind of say their piece, then he responded with kind of doubling down, and I'm like, look, alright, I'm putting my foot down here. We're stopping to talk about this, because it's only going to get toxic from here. What we're going to walk away with is the person that is currently being told by multiple people that something is wrong, go talk to a professional. I'm not going to say you need to come back and tell us, anything like that. Just go talk to a professional on the matter, and then you will get a confirmation of if we're lying to you or not. That is it. Right? And that's benefit of the doubt of someone trying to do the best that they can, because the suggestion was made in good faith. But when you say something like that, you have to take the connotations of it. And you're absolutely right. Oh, look, this is one of those times where, like, I could just really hunker down and go, no, he's being wrong. Because 100%, by the way, this is, so shorthand of it is they were suggesting to burst a blister or with a needle or something like that if it had the chance of bursting anyway, which you should never do. You should never pop a blister, especially one that's on a burn. Never, ever do that. Just never do that. If it pops naturally, it pops naturally, but avoid popping it at all costs, because of the chance of infection goes up super fucking high the moment that thing is introduced to normal air, because that is the point. That is what a blister is doing. Blister is awesome. Blisters are great. Keep them safe. The only time it should be popped for any other reason is a medical professional and they know what the fuck they're doing. Do not do it yourself. This is just plainly what it is. That was the problem with the situation, and it's like, I could explain that, but they're not going to really click to that. Go talk to a professional in this field, because then you now have someone that is absolutely going to tell you the correct thing, and you cannot doubt them, because they have studied in the field. But yeah, no, as now said, like, he popped in just to, like, tell me about the Miku thing, which has been, like, everyone's been telling me about it this week. I want to. I hate Fortnite, but I'm gonna play it for that. So yeah, no, if you're wondering, I do have some understanding of medical. I'm not a medical professional, though. That is it. I can only offer non-official advice on the facts. And I'll stand by that. The only reason I have as much medical knowledge as I do is purely because I've had so many medical problems, is the best part, and I'm sure a lot of people can attest that it's like, oh look, I'm not a medical professional, but I know this, this, and this, and this. Why? Because I've had to talk to doctors about it constantly. Fucking hate it. Never do it, but mine bursts in like 2 seconds anyway, so I clean them. Yeah, no, 100%. If it naturally happens, it naturally happens. You can't stop that. But just be precaution, like take the precautions and everything like that. Don't manually pop it. God, the amount of stuff that I have, like, casting regularly is kind of fun, and I'm gonna be 100 with you. So this one is, so what have we've got here? That's on proc and on critical. That's on defeat and on critical, and that's on defeat and on proc. So we don't have an on crit. But living in a household where dad's a generalist doctor, my mom just didn't finish the studies entirely. I get some understanding from what's said at home. Oh yeah, exactly, right? Like, everyone's got understanding of these things, and it's not to diminish anyone that does or doesn't have that stuff. 100%, we all have some form of capacity over it, regardless if we have official training or not. But it's the acknowledgement that if you don't have the official training, you cannot make an official judgment or statement. Because then you're just putting someone in jeopardy, potentially. Because that's the point of general practice, is that you're trying to do your best with the least information you have available. And get through the situation the best you can understand. Which, I'm gonna be honest, that shit's hard. I cannot imagine how some of that goes sometimes, eh? Not getting through the enemies very easily is the problem. They're still clumping close to me, and that's very scary because I do not have the stamina to, like, consistently try and kill them off. Like, I pop large groups, but when they're in the smaller amounts like this, I'm getting kind of swarmed easily. That's why when someone asks me, I tell them how could I know? Ask my dad. Yeah, exactly. I also say with utmost certainty, if your like protocol is to ask a friend, let me correct that, because I'm going to say something really stupid if I keep going with that statement. If your protocol is to ask a medical professional when they're not on the job, you have to understand that's, while it's an informed opinion, it is not an official opinion, right? And that's why a lot of those doctors will also tend not to give you an answer in that context. Because they're like, if I tell you something now, I'm still technically liable, but I'm not getting paid. And I can't easily deal with the thing if it goes badly. Shit's dangerous. So if you have a medical professional in your family, don't abuse them like that. And it can go very poorly for them, is the short answer. Being a doctor isn't exactly lucrative. I feel like that's pretty universal, sadly, nowadays. Like, I think we all had the time when we were younger, at least most of us, I feel, where, like, you would hear, you'd get, like, the jokes on media where it's like, oh, you want to make a lot of the money, you gotta be a doctor, all that sort of stuff, right? Like, go be a doctor, all that. That shit ain't true. They do not make, that much unless they're a specialist. Unless they're a very, very high specialist. And then, to give an idea, there is 2 specialists in New Zealand. Like, there's one specialist profession in the medical field in New Zealand where there is exactly 2 specialists in, and one lives in the North Island, one lives in the South Island. And the problem is they charge so lucratively high, but they do not charge lucratively high by comparison to each other, because how much they cost is no more ever than it costs to go to fly to the other one. And then go to them instead. They'll always make sure of that. That's something that I saw it and I'm like, oh my god, that's genius and so scumbaggy. Like, holy shit. I love it and I hate it. What the fuck is this? So if you ever want to actually make money with being a doctor, that's how you do it. They should both agree to raise prices then. The problem with that is if you actually know about how law works, if you do that, the government will get involved because it is considered, there's a term for it. It's because that's what, the Fuel did here in New Zealand at one point, is that they falsely inflated by competition margins, here in New Zealand to a point where they hit prices that they are at again now, back in like 2010? Or something. So yeah, no, fun thing. Fuel prices went up to like $2 per liter or something, like $2-3 per liter at one stage, and it was just the economy could not sustain that. And that's when they realized like it was getting basically raised by agreement of the those involved. And once they got found out, the government took action and basically forced them to redo the price back down. you could make an argument of, oh, the government impacting on free market, but like it was, to give an idea, it's that cost now. Think about the inflation in the last like 15 years and think about how bad that is by comparison. That was back when fucking $1, $2 lolly fucking packs at the dairy used to be like actually reasonable. That was back when we fucking still had a 5-cent piece. A 5-cent coin. We don't even have one in New Zealand anymore. It's the lowest you can get is 10 cents. Right. It sounds about the prices nowadays here. Haven't had a card in like 3 years. Oh yeah. No, that's kind of the point that I'm making is like, think if you took the fuel prices you had today and went back 15 years and put them into the economy then, do you think your country would have handled that? Because that's what happened to us. It was rough. I'm gonna do this. Thank God, level up immunity for a second there. Okay, I put that one there. Get that immediate upgrade. Time for me to go, have work tomorrow. Fair enough, catch you later, yeah. Have fun at work. To be fair, I can't wait for this evening, because this evening is Friday Night Magic. And I got a couple of cards to pick up. 2 of which are for my Surveil deck, which I'm excited for, because those cards should actually really help improve the way that deck plays out. Like, one of them's whenever I think it's whenever, like, something... Oh, I'm trying to remember. They're really good, is what I remember. I know one of them has it so, like, they -1 damage from everything if I hit threshold. Which is super, super good. Obviously. Another one surveils and does pings based off surveil stuff. I can't remember what exactly is the problem. I need that upgrade, I think. I think it's another threshold one as well. Like, I've realized threshold's really good for the surveil deck. Threshold, I should explain, for my understanding of all of the experiences I've had with the threshold cards that I'm looking at, it's like, if you've got so many cards in your graveyard, you hit a threshold, and then from there you are able to, like, I don't know, fucking, as I said, one of them is like -1 attack to all enemy creatures. God, I'm shredding through stamina too quickly still. I'm gonna pick this one up. Stamina cost reduction is really tempting here, honestly. But so is regen. Yeah, do that. I do need more just raw damage at this point. Means if I get a catalyst in that slot in that bottom left corner, I'll get a good power spike. I think I need to get the max stamina one, because, like, as my stamina regen's decent, it's just, it costs, like, a third of my thing to do initial cast. Yeah, so that's gonna be a big power spike there. Yeah, so I just need max stamina at this point. Like, 1 max stamina would be nice. Constitution, there it is. Put that here. Put a level up here and a level up here, and then do more globals here, and then have some weak upgrades I can put here. God, the game is lagging something fierce now. Again, same thing we talked about before, is like there's too much experience really around. Maximum stamina and stamina regen, but for reduced damage, I think I actually take, because we've got so much more, like, damage in general. I think we're fine on damage. I don't think we're fine on stamina usage. Now I think we're fine on stamina usage, and we're still fine on damage. So what is this again? It is fire homing. On crit, right? Yeah, on crit. I might just toss a puncture, like, here. This should go, like, here. Yeah, I'm now starting to kind of lack the damage, and I'm fine with stamina, so we need to focus on ways of improving our damage. So... this. a life, not good. Lost another life, really not good. It's because they're just not dying. Did I make my model? I did not know. There is a link to where I got my model from in the bottom of the YouTube description. If you're so interested. I found it over on Booth and I've put it on over here. Okay, this is probably the correct thing to do now. And that to level that up as well, so really good. Someone's using the exact same model. Yeah, it's a public model. I do not try and pretend that I have any ownership over it at all. In fact, this is literally the free version of the model. I intend on getting the paid version one day, but that is when I can afford to. But I really like it. It's a fun model. Damn it. Almost. So yeah, the problem this game has, I will say, is that it feels like the only way to really be able to accomplish a lot of the progress in the game is playing that kind of build. Where it's not about, like, hitting things correctly, it's about just random bullshit go. Mixed feelings on that. Really mixed feelings on that. Canon is this different people take control of the models to stream. Dude, the canon is that it's an eldritch ritual where we summon upon things. Some of us have just special rituals, and the rest of us just kind of like have that one demon that's basically just going around and being a hoe. It's because we don't have the good materials yet to summon up a more powerful spirit. Or whatever. Alright, there we go. Okay, now, this is the problem, and I kind of knew this problem would occur with this game. We're now at the stage where, like, what else really is there to do? We've kind of played with all the weapons, and the game's just gonna start getting more and more samey. We've seen a run complete with easy, but, like, this is the issue, is I think these become really, really essential as the game goes on. I still just do not feel like, even with skill level, the power that the player currently has available to them is there. Like, this, by far, was the most essential, right? It's 25% more experience. I hate this about games, but, like, experience I kind of accept a bit more. Is that, like, how much this is the best stat in any of these sorts of games. Do not think anything else. It's the resource ones, because the resource ones means that you get to things faster, and you get more powerful more faster. Having base stats, incredible. Having the ability to get more stuff, better. Like, this is the weird way to read this. read this as not getting more experience. Read this as your maximum level is higher. That is how you should read that. While it's not easy to quantify, think of it as like it changes it from being level 15 to level 20 or level 30 or whatever for rank. It's like, if I told you that, you'd go, well, duh, of course I would get that. That's insanely good. What? Me being limited at all is gonna be rough. That's what those are. But yeah, I do think now is the grind, especially knowing how slow these are to get. These are what you obtain from killing bosses. And the thing is, I believe you get basically, outside of more bosses spawning, and like hard and all that, you get basically the same amount, regardless of difficulty. And you get like 3 from the first boss. They just balance the grind around the higher rate, because why wouldn't you get it immediately? Yeah, I don't know if that was the decision that they've made with this, for example, but like there are a lot of games I've come across in this kind of genre especially, where it is very clear the game was balanced around you were supposed to get the meta progression, and not you're balanced around being this level and then the game is scaled to handle both you at the lowest and you at the highest. I stand by with the game we're doing, right? There will be meta progression. I'm not going to give you the illusion that there won't be, because I do think meta progression itself is good. Because it's, in a sense, the intention I have with meta progression is kind of what I've talked about as the positivity with God mode in Hades. Hades progressively gives you benefits from runs that are less successful. So therefore, I want to do the same. I want to give you any run you do, return some form of reward. But more successful runs, or less successful runs, do enable you to potentially get to a higher point easier to get there further, or get further in the game. But the game will be balanced with the intention that you will not have all of the meta upgrades. Or, at worst, I'm going to balance at midpoint. This does not mean that the game will become easy if you have all of the meta upgrades, mind you. They're not intended to be that substantial, but it is an intention. That is something I've seen in some, but not a lot of these games, and that is a mistake. I do think that you should not punish the player for picking up the game and not being able to progress through it. It's already sucky that some things are locked behind one of the things I'll call out is Vampire Survivors, for the fact that so many of its characters are locked behind so many things that, like, some of them are locked behind achievements, some of them are locked behind, like, doing levels very specifically, going and finding things in levels, all that sort of stuff. It's stuff that means you're going out of your way to interact with. I'm not a huge fan of that sometimes. I think there's room for it, but I do think that like an excessive amount detracts from the beauty that some of these games is. That's why I do actually give credit. This game, outside of its talents, is just here is everything. And that's cool. I like that. So that's why I'm willing to give it a bit of leeway, but I do think that the balance for the game is designed with a bit of the talents in mind, less than without them in mind. And that's why I think the talents are actually quite potent effects, especially this one here, which is the heal when I defeat a boss. So I'm assuming I heal 1 health when I kill a boss. That does not seem like that amount, a huge amount. However, keep in mind that this means it's because this is lives or just flat value thing. You have 1 health, 2 health, 3 health sort of thing, right? If one of these later is you get a bonus like 2 or 3 health to start the game with, genuinely, I think that would be way too good. I think rerolls should have been somewhere in here. I think if they're in here later, I think it's a mistake to have them so much later on. Then it's something that a lot of these games do poorly. In fact, I even called out, Swarm, League of Legends Swarm event. The rerolls in that were locked super deep into it. And that's not something that I think was good. I think they needed to be accessible a little bit earlier. I think it's okay to give I think it gave the right amount of rerolls, but I think that some of those rerolls should have been earlier, and I think some of them could have stayed at the later stages as well. Because it just... Rerolls in these kind of games become near essential to prevent unfortunate or unpleasant play experiences. They help mitigate them. Because in a sense, you are gambling, right, with the abilities. And when you kind of acknowledge that, that being the core foundation of these systems, it's basically a soft measure to prevent the gamble from going super wrong. You're still intended to play with what you're given and find good options. You're not going to get the best options, but you should almost always have good options available to you. The only restriction we've seen with the level up system is that it doesn't tune outside of when you've maxed out your spell cards. You don't get any more. That is the only tuning that we've seen. Which I would argue is woefully inadequate if you're not going to give rerolls. I feel like there should be a system where it's like, it's a very high chance of getting, if not a guaranteed chance of getting a, a level thing. A chance of getting a glow, like, basically it should be a catalyst, a global, and then 2 other things, once you've gotten all of your skill slots gone. Now, it kind of feels like that sometimes, but I'm not sure that that's a guarantee. That might just be, there's enough variance. If they added more modifiers, which again, I don't think they're going to be working on this game again, because the last update they had was in 2022. If they were to reapproach this and add more modifiers, add more, like, as we said earlier, the tomes idea would be cool. I think they would need to revisit how they handle giving those modifiers out to players. I think that would drastically change the experience. I also think that there's just not that many abilities here, and the fact that, like, because there's only, there's 5 days that have 2, so 10, 12 abilities, and the problem is you also get those in the run. That's really not that many. Now, you could call me out for saying, well, don't you have about that same amount? I've got about 20-something weapons, I believe, in my game. There's a very valid argument there. But the difference is that, like, they're not so much the same. A lot of these are very much the same thing. It doesn't help as well that, like, even with this one here, this is basically an orb being swiped in an arc in front of you. These are firing orbs. This is firing orbs at a random enemy. This is firing orbs all over the place that bounce. This is firing orbs in a kind of shotgun. This is firing one biggish orb. This is firing a bunch of orbs after a delay. This is creating an orb around you. This is create orbs that have drop effect. This is orbs that come from the sky. This is firing a bunch of orbs at the nearest enemy. This is firing a really powerful orb at your target direction. Do you see the problem that I kind of just brought forward with all of that? Because it was a word that was consistent. That's a bad sign. I do want to stress, though, I think this was like a very cool indie project and does deserve a lot of praise. Like, I'm just pulling it apart at this point for the sake of pulling it apart because I enjoy it so much and I want it to be that little bit better. So this is why, again, we'll reiterate the kind of apology to for saying such harsh things. I say it out of love, and I apologize if they are misconstrued in any way. Other than that, my full intention is to love this game, and it is. It's Vampire Survivors. In the end, the only real difference is most weapons, if it fires in a way that makes you aim or position differently. Yeah. And in a sense, that's the case with all of these. All of these games in general. You could retexture these, nothing would change, but the perception alone matters quite a bit. Especially when this looks like a sword in this art, and then it's hit enemies in an arc. It's like, you could have made a swipe effect, maybe, and it would have like justified it a bit better, and it would have felt more unique. The assist mode's interesting. I'm still mixed feelings on how this goes. Let's try a run with some of this on. And I want to see what the circle around enemies thing is. I want to see how much the game changes if I get auto pickups. Okay. Land a critical. Cool. Got that. So early game hasn't changed much. That's not too surprising. Okay. Yeah, see, like, this is one of those situations where, like, none of these are really that great for me. God, they have a lot bigger hitbox than I thought they might. Jeez. Like, that's a lot of a hitbox. Okay, that's not good. I'm not in a great position here. This should probably get puncture. Shouldn't I be dead? Or am I counting how many times I've taken damage? Okay, no, I just mistook how many times I took damage. I thought in my head I took another thing. That did improve the experience a fair bit. I will say that. So all we've done is given us permanent vacuum. I'm interested to see kind of how that may feel a bit more. Because like genuinely made the experience better. We defeat enemy. I don't know how much the red circles around the enemy is beneficial for me as a player. I don't think I can determine that easily. Good lord, that is a mess of projectiles there, huh? Let's do this. Okay. Wee bubble. There's not really great spots for it, but I'm still probably going for it. That's on defeat, that's on hit, right? Yeah. It's on damage, I think that's better to do. Because then we can just go stamina reduction, and fire rate. Because we do shred through our stamina really fast in this. I do think the stamina system is probably something that's very interesting about this game. It's kind of on that unique side, if you're wondering about unique things. Because I know some people do care about that. It's like, oh, I won't play a game unless it's unique in some capacity. So there you go, that's your little one thing I would say is really interesting about this, is not only that does it have cooldowns, which is pretty normal, but it does have the stamina system, so you can't just spam your abilities in an excessive amount. Or if you do want to, you're probably going to have to take some form of like damage decrease or balance your build in accordance with that being in mind. Right? Example, this one here, simplify. Reduce damage, but reduce stamina cost by a substantial amount. Oh god, having to navigate some of this is rough. More projectiles. I could put that here. Because that would just be, yeah, do that. The lag has also been fairly reduced by having the EXP constantly being picked up. That is another acknowledgement that does need to be kind of made here. But I do think it has made me significantly more powerful as well. Whether that's good or not, that I'll leave up to your discretion. This is on kill, right? Yeah, that's on kill, this is on hit. This wouldn't be a bad spot to put this in. No, this is where I need to put the upgrade. Shit. I could put this here then. gets one level, puts it across the board, or I put that here, and these become really powerful things. So I'm only gonna get one upgrade though, because of the slot position. Unless I want to waste, which I kind of want to refrain from wasting slots. I prefer to put more things in than more levels, but I want to have levels where I can. Alright, well, I mean, you could stop shooting any time, right? There we go. Bloody Touhou, I swear to God. Dude, this is a huge upgrade. Yeah. Does mean you don't get a big burst level up when you kill the boss. It's kind of interesting. That's actually a question. Is there something to learn from the fact that, like, all EXP gets picked up after you beat a boss? Because that's an interesting point to kind of, like, look at. Is that a worthwhile thing to consider? Hmm? I'm running out of stamina so much now. Huh. Do you mind? I want my bullets covering the screen, not yours. How rude. I do need some regen. I think I've got enough total. I don't think I've got enough regen now. Again, more maximum. I don't want maximum. Sure, do that. I will say the DOTs don't feel very impactful in this. I'm wondering if that's something that I'm missing in terms of perception, or if that's the case. Oh, okay. I see that you've really not gotten off your bullshit. There's still things dying that I'm not picking up. I think they've just made your pickup range really large and not made it global with the everything auto-picked up. Or some of those are spawned out on the sides when you kill the boss to kind of add to the perception that you're picking up a shitload. Maybe that's actually what they're doing there. Think about that, actually. Yeah, but it's enemy groups like this that I'm really good into. It's now that they're starting to narrow out there that I'm starting to feel less powerful. I think I'm gonna have to do a bit of redundancy here. Yeah. This just needs more power. Do this. Alright. Do that. Oh, of course you turn up. And you turn up. Oh god, all of you are turning up. Damn it. Ooh, Nelly. That'd be a fucking beam. I love how it's just like sees it. Alright. Coming out of that one, having to do some stuff. Let's give ourselves a few more lives, I think. Yeah. Yeah, the levels coming in consistently is just mildly annoying, I'm gonna be honest, at this stage. That's all it's really doing. Is that it's just being a mild annoyance, which is kinda concerning. Because they just come in so often. Duration just doesn't do anything outside like a couple. I mean, does that affect the lifetime on this? Yeah, so that affects the lifetime. Duration, lifetime, same thing, I guess. Yeah. Nah. I've navigated that poorly. Okay, what are you gonna do on the lunatic? Let's see. That is indeed spooky. Okay, yeah, so you heal 1 life when you kill a boss. Oh, Lord, that is, I do kind of create a bullet hell of my own, though. So I can't say too much to that. What the hell? Oh, hey, Yuki, how's it going? Oh, Yawayuki, sorry. How's it going? How was the stream? Ooh. Just grab that there. Yes, hi, how's it going? Oh, I should probably sit up and not lean weirdly. But super tired, yep. Always the fun one, always the fun one. I mean, I feel like I'm what, now noon and I still haven't woken up? That's on me though, I guess. But no, I understand it, yeah. Some Touhou? Yes, this is a game that I've played like 2 hours prior to today, because I picked it up ages ago, found it really fascinating, and I just never came back. It's kind of like your Vampire Survivors, but with Touhou's its theming, and we're just testing out some of the like finals things that it has to offer. Because sadly enough, this game didn't really get any more updates since 2022, and it is a very indie game, so it has got some limitations on what's actually available. And it's interesting though. It's because it's almost a timepiece at that point, right? But it's about surviving a bullet hell, being a bullet hell, and everything in between. And as you can see, it lags the computers, because when you start rendering this many bloody projectiles, your computer dies a bit. When she isn't weakened by her asthma. I mean, unjokingly, the story of this is actually quite funny. Basically, someone leaked to, like, Cerno that, supposedly, Patchouli has a book that grants a wish if you read it, and so everyone is coming after it. Like, I'm trying to even remember all the ones we've seen so far. I know, like, Cerno's been here. I mean, Marissa's one of the final bosses. I think Rimu was here at one point. No, not Rimu. The other one that starts with R, the blonde vampire. Yeah, I know that describes like 50% of the cast. Point is. Alright, here it is. Ah! Alright. Oh, and of course there's more bullshit. What the hell is those bullets? Okay, I have a bit of immunity coming out of the level up. Gonna have to use that. Not surprised since how Touhou world works. Yeah. For God's sakes. If you can discern what's going on, you're doing better than I am. I'm using every part of my brain. Because they bothered her while she was drinking her tea. Yeah. I think they actually did add, like, Scarlet. Remelia Scarlet. Remelia Scarlet. I'm gonna screw it. I can't remember the names very well, and it doesn't help that most of the names I only know from reading them. For no reason in particular. I totally know Touhou from non-off-brand third-party sources. I mean, what? Oh god, there is just crap on the screen. What is going on? Oh, I'm too old for this shit, man. Oh no. Do this. I can't stop shooting. I'm on 1 health. I'm on 1 health and I'm next to one of the spinny attacks. Karma sister. Flandra is the younger nuclear sister. Yes, that's right. Do remember some of that. Yeah, lunatic difficulty, still exactly how it seems. Yeah, alright then. Even when we have the assist mode on to give us EXP immediately. Says a lot. I still wish I understood what the hell this means. If this is like the damage it's dealing, or if this is the amount of kills it's getting. This seems good. Which one was this one? This was the... that was the one we started with, I believe. Yes, that's the one we started with. That's the on damage proc. That did really well. This one did insanely well for coming in a bit later. And that was actually fairly early on, though, that we got that one. It's a good one, though, nonetheless. We didn't put any damage into a lot of those as well. We just kind of made fire rate, right? Let's see. Damage, 10%, fire rate, high as hell. Yeah. Little army of fairies attacking. Charlie actually slays me. It's really funny because what is it? One of the first things you fight is like I'm blanking on her name. It starts with K and it's the dark red-haired devil looking one. It's like Komuka or something like that. Komuku. One of the first ones is you kill her and it's just like, I swear to God. As one of my mates that came by that knows way more about Touhou came by and joked about quickly, made a comment of going like, they can easily see this literally just being like, I am so done with your shit right now. We still don't even have enough for that, the tier 3. Oh, yay. The progression of this game is interesting. It's very interesting. I still like looking at this game from a purely analytical perspective, because again, game dev, right? So, like, if we were to go over what we've seen from today, I still think the weekday weird way that they've done the abilities is just not engaging enough. I feel I agreed with someone's opinion earlier where like what they could have done, or at least when I expanded upon it, it was like the idea of different books and different shapes and stuff like that for the inventory space where you have your abilities going on. That would have been a really interesting thing to experiment with. Would have meant that there would be a lot more interesting combinations that could have been done. Not every ability feeling basically like the same one, except potentially just weaker. I stand by, I still think the strongest one is the water sign sticky bubbles, which I still swear to God is a JoJo stand. Where it's basically just fires in a random direction around you and they bounce, which just, it does so much damage. It's really good for clearing out a lot of those larger scale things. It's... yeah, I don't know what to think about this game. Like, now that I've played, like, a substantial sit-down session with this, and I've kind of gotten to the point where, like, anything else... like, I want to know what the rest of the talents are. I really want to know what the rest of these talents are, because if there is something like rerolls or anything like that, I'd be curious. Because why did they put them so late in the list? And why is it so hard to get there? Because, like, you only get, like, what, 15 of this per successful run? On the other hand, Patch Holy can canonically spam multiple giant lasers. Yeah, that's the other thing. Is like there's certain abilities I know these characters have that I'm confused. Why are they not here? Like, again, I'm pretty sure she can basically create miniature supernovas from memory and throw them at people. Like, this is a very potent character that feels very tame in this setting. When, again, in a sense, the strongest weapon she has is she throws a bunch of water bubbles around the place. I don't know. I feel like a laser really would have actually done quite nicely into this. I think it would have been fitting for the character as well as fitting for the way they've got this. Guess that's why you have to grind for it. Well, that's the thing. We don't know if there's any abilities unlocked. To our understanding, there's probably no abilities unlocked with anything. It's just these talents, which are stats. This is more, you can't see it because it's in the bottom left, which is really hard to see even for me. But this is get 5% per rank of this upgrade experience. So this gives you 25% more experience. That's all it does. Unless there's a talent that unlocks some more abilities. That'd be really shitty if that was the case, right? I feel like that would just be such an awkward thing to add. I really wonder. There's a stand called Sticky Fingers. That is Bucciarati's stand. The zipping one, if I recall correctly. And the fact that I can tell you that off the top of my head says way too much about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. But yeah, I should not take the many runs to even unlock the next tier. When there's 3 more tiers. Yeah, like, so again, it was 50, then it's 100. I'm assuming it's going to be either 150 or 200. Either way, when it's like 15 or so per level, that's the taste of a lie, Jono. God damn it. Oh, my computer's dying as well. Yeah, I mean, that's the best part. Like, we've already talked about how my sexuality is it surprised that I like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? What? You like big, burly men potentially being very engaged with each other and, rough and in the... I mean, what? God damn it. Dude, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, if you were straight going into that series, there's gonna be questions coming out of it. But yeah, I have to wonder, like, should we try and look it up? Let's try and look it up. Okay, I'm gonna close the game. Is the game gonna close? Oh no, it's not the fact that like they're seen as gay, it's that everything they do is like super homoerotic. And that's the best part, is they're super straight while doing it. It just adds to the charm. Okay, Touhou Library Survivors. I want to look up what other talents it has available to it. So yeah, it was originally an itch game, and it's like, I think I got it for like $5 because it was on special, or it was $7 or something. There's nothing more straight than licking your homie's face and then calling him a liar. To be fair, they weren't homies at that stage. They were strangers, which makes it so much better. Is there a wiki for this game? Whoops, I just smacked my phone again. Does not look like there is. Let's have a look at the Steam community for this then. The difficulty you haven't unlocked is called Extra Stage. I do know about the difficulty thing, and like the final difficulty is kind of wild and funny. Someone just say sort of problem's a skill issue? Fucking goddamn it. So stupid. Yeah, like this is something that I think is kind of what I'm seeing is that like the pattern is trying to this is what I believe is the optimal strategy. Is doing this. Building around the center point like that. And the fact that I'm kind of consistently seeing similar stuff says a lot to me. Wow, that is a terrible build. What? Those are on triggers. How are they ever getting triggered? Wait. Yeah, no, those two up the top are never going to get triggered. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I understand this game well enough sometimes. All they said was get it good, yeah. Because all I want to know is what the talents are. I need to look at the talents. This is this is the store page. I don't think there's anything here that's going to give me the information I want. Maybe it's a screenshot? Let's have a look. No, there is no screenshots of that. Okay. That's going to tell me? I just want to know what the talents have. That's all I want to know, because I want to know what I'm theoretically missing out on. No, this is just a thing. Yeah, not borrow any books on the way out. Yeah, we saw that. Mana meter. Well, I mean, it's stamina. It literally gets called stamina. Which I don't think it should be called stamina. I do actually think it should be called mana. It would make way, way more sense. Yeah, so there you go. Romelia Scarlet becomes the final boss in the lunatic mode. Gotta love that. Okay, so that doesn't answer my question at all. Has no one got like this information public? Has no one played the game enough to get this information? That's now the question I'm having. If anyone's played far enough to know. Well, this doesn't fucking help me. Beat the game on Lunatic with talons disabled. You are a creature for adding that achievement to the game. I'm just gonna say that now. Good lord. Maybe no one bothered to play that many rounds. Yeah, like it sounds rude to say that, and I really don't mean it that way, but it's just like, did anyone play far enough to see what all the talents are? Because I'm starting to think they didn't. So where are we at for hours? We're at 7 hours. I feel like I can make a solid-ish judgment of this game now. So, beat the game on normal, beat the game on hard. Beat the game on Tuesday when starting with an associated spell cut. So there's achievements for playing on the days with the spell. I really don't like that. I want to stress that. I really don't like that because I really don't like the weakliness of a lot of the things. Immortal Summer beat the extra stage. Oh, for God's sake. I kinda hate it. I kinda love it and I kinda hate it. Beat extra stage with talents disabled. Yikes. The worst part is is the Immortal Summer beat extra stage. Just looking at the icon, I get my fucking answer of what you probably are dealing with. That says a lot. Yeah, there you go. So, interesting game. But I think we're probably done playing it now. I don't think there's anything more to see from this game, substantially and more, like, reasonably. I think it's a cool game. It's one of those things where, again, it was last updated 2022. That's what this update is. Yeah, November 2022. I don't think they're going to come back to this game. So I don't think there's any point in like kind of thinking or theorizing what they could do next, outside of if someone else was interested in doing a game like this, which 100% I want to encourage. Like, this game seems really cool, and I think there's a lot that could be learnt from this. I think the Survivors format for Touhou is more than perfect of a fit, because it's basically just inverting the bullet hell thing to the bullet heaven, and you can do a mixture, and it's great. I think that's a great way of doing it. And I think this is a great, interesting learning point, because as we said earlier, like the fact that Patchouli doesn't have laser beams and some of that stuff feels a little like there's something missing, and that's something that I think we can kind of take as a point of, well, okay, what would you do? And what you'd probably do is, yeah, you'd add probably some form of lasers. How would you add them? Well, I mean, the short answer off the top of my head is just kind of copy that evolution weapon from Vampire Survivors between the two pistols, right? Like, that's a perfect example of what you should do with the Patchouli lasers. Is just make it lasers and have the projectile amount affect how many lasers you fire. Bounce just no longer affects it. Perfect. I see no issue with this. Because they've already shown the ability to have, like, tags and stuff like that on the abilities, and whether or not it will affect it or not. That's great. I love that. So yeah, as I said, I think I'm going to call it here. I don't think there's much else to really talk about or do with the game, and I do kind of want to go set up to get ready for this afternoon. I'm probably going to go into the store not too long a time and hang out. Because Magic Friday, yeah! I love playing Magic, man. It's great. I just wish I had more stupid decks like that Cascade one we showed earlier. I swear to God that would be one of the funniest decks if I ever end up making it. Was it? This one. Cascade. If you like the word Cascade, this is the deck for you. Except it's not good, and it's really stupid. I swear one day I will make a deck that is, like, actually good, but until that day, I can only make bad decks, and that is my brain. See you there. I'll see you there, Matthew. It'll be good. Hopefully we actually get to play this time. But yes, with that all being the case, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome, stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye. Computer's dying.